Mic check, mic check. We should be live. Should be live in a minute. Alright. Are we going? I think we are. Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dennis, welcome mate. How are we doing? Keith, hello. Welcome. Oh man. Right, I'm going to find a console to work on. That one will do. Can't update. No power to Blu-ray on a PS4 original. Should be interesting. See if we can start it off with a Renaissance being dead, shall we? Let's see. Nux, Stephen, Richard, Ed, Andrew, Mendez. Sorry, Meneds. Sorry, I butchered your name there. Retro, Nigel, Andre, and Wayne. Welcome. Can I give you a link to some good tweezers? I can find the ones that I use. They're not great, but they're cheap. And, you know, for the price of a decent pair, you can get 10 pairs of these. I'll grab the link for those if you want. To be honest, I get through tweezers like nobody's business. So, yeah, I'll just buy cheap ones. They're not perfect, but for the price of one decent pair, you can definitely get like 10 pairs of the ones I use. Account name or password is incorrect. No, it's not. Come on, AliExpress, work. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll give you a link to these ones. Bear with me. Un moment. Right, here we are. There we go. There's a link to AliExpress. It pleases my eyes. What pleases your eyes? Voltage readout of Xbox One pins under socket. Under what socket, mate? That's too tidy. Fix it. Told you I was going to keep it tidy. Will a DVD movie play in a PS4? It should do. I think it does. Ray, welcome. Who else we got? It pleases my eyes. Yeah. Sean, welcome. Suspect the pins on mine are completely corroded out between board and socket. I'm not sure what you're referring to, mate. To be honest, I don't know why I'm here, because this is the most awesome stream you've ever come across. I want to buy a micro pencil from FX21. Can someone say if the FM2032 is any good? I've got one here. They are pretty good. Hang on. I shall grab it because I know where everything is these days. Yes, it is. It's a great micro pencil, mate. Honestly, it is a great micro pencil. Jaden, welcome, buddy. Power socket. I haven't got any Xbox One OG boards to hand. They're all in the workshop. Maybe someone in the chat could do it. It starts and just stops. A little bit vague there, mate. I'd need more information than that. Kind of hero, welcome. No worries, Dennis. Yeah, that's kind of vague. I would need a little bit more information than that, mate. Unfortunately. Meneds I'm referring to. Yeah, definitely buy one. I think we should swap me out for Chris in Stream Elements. I can add one for Chris. Darren, welcome. Yeah, the FM 2032 is a great little micro pencil. I highly recommend it. Just don't set your hot air, don't set your heat too high. Keep it around about 380 and you'll be fine. If you keep it at like 450, you'll burn your tips out fairly quickly, to be honest. Right, let me grab let me log into Stream Elements. Let me add a link for Chris's channel. I'm sure I had one for Chris. I thought I did. Chat commands, custom commands. I guess I haven't. Add new command. What the hell? Oh, for God's sake, it's just gone back for no reason. Activate command, and then we'll go for timers. We'll add a new timer. And then we're going to go for 30 minutes. There we go, activate timer. Right, exclamation point Chris should work on YouTube. I still need to get one set up for Twitch, to be honest. Doing any reboarding today? Nah, mate, no. Trying to find the MOSFET for PS4 Pro. I can't find one. I don't have a PS4 Pro to hand. I don't really know the chip numbers for them, to be honest. Did you fix those two PS5s? I did, mate, yes. Nice PS4. I like this one as well, Kev. It's really nice. Highest console system you fix the most? They're all around about the same. Probably Nintendo Switches actually, because of the charging ports. Yeah, if someone knows which pins on the Xbox One launch model, which ones are the 5 volt and which ones are the 12 volt, that can help Nate out. That would be great. I don't have a board to hand. I don't have any Xbox One OGs in the queue either, unfortunately. Posted link to Discord. Thanks, Jaden. Much appreciated, mate. Try finding the light you recommended the last time, but they're quite expensive. Waiting now on any offer. Is that for the overhead lights I'm using for the cameras, mate? Is that what you're referring to? Because if you're in the UK, there's some on Amazon Warehouse for about 45 quid, I think. Welcome, Donald, by the way. Stephen, welcome, mate. Bartek, welcome. Yeah, it is a nice PS4. I've got a donor PS4 Pro board and PSUs. Yeah, I've got a fair few PSUs. Waka, welcome. Waka, waka, waka. Right, should we get to a fix then? Who was it that had screwed up the capture dongle you showed when you were at Wayne's? Do you mean the one I fixed? If so, I can't say. Without the person's permission, I can't say. The person sent it to, if that's the one you're referring to, the person sent it to another shop, but I don't want to give that kind of private information out without his permission. Luke, welcome, mate. Medic, welcome. No worries, Donald. Right, so this one apparently has got an issue with the Blu-ray drive. It's missing half the screws as usual. So, this is the PS4 1200 series. So, nice random one to start with. Callum. Hello, mate. How's it going, dude? Callum's my nephew, everyone. Say hello to Callum. Turn on your bar stool. Right, there we go. So that's turning on. Let me get a HDMI cable so I can set it up to the capture card. Yeah, I don't want to slag other companies off without being 100% sure. That's the reason, mate. Fortunately, in that situation, I can only really go on what the person tells me, right? So, yeah, it's kind of awkward because I don't have proof, sort of thing. So I can't just go around willy-nilly slagging companies off. It is a well-known company. A very well-known company, and I don't want to cause any kind of animosity between myself and other companies. So, yeah, I have to be careful. That's all. I do have to be careful. Right, let me just get these capture cards sorted. Right. Going to be a little bit of a stretch. I still haven't got my splitter set up. Just about reached that. Let me just see if that's picking up. Activate. Yep, there we go. Boom. Okay, got ya. Right. So, this apparently can't update. Can you fix my wife? No, it wasn't UK based. No. I'll just without being 110% sure, I can't slag off other companies. It's just not the way things should be done. Yeah, the person who sent it me, I trust them 100%, but still it's still the same situation where I don't have 110% confirmation of what actually happened, whether they actually looked at it, whether they took it apart or what. All I can go on is what I've been told. So, yeah. Right, let me just plug in a cable. There we go. Okay, and press cancel there. I'm going to let that reboot. You're going to see some test lines for a minute, just while it resets. How do I update a hard drive if I have a broken USB port? You would have to fix the USB port if it's the only one that you can use. And Sarah feels for making the coffee tonight. Sarah's in bed, mate. Right, is that going to reboot? Oh no, it's turned itself off. I'm an idiot. Please give the console CPR. Hopefully, mate. There's always no fixes. Milson, welcome. Thank you for being here. Right, so that's about to reboot and actually display. Well, it will if the capture card. Ah, there we go. It picked up. Right, cannot start the PS4 at all, so it does need the software. Okay. Right. So it needs the software, but apparently it can't update. That's what the ticket says. So let's go to my desktop for a second. If it ever wants to show my desktop. There we go. Right, so I'm going to grab a... Yep, that's the one. That's my external SSD. Or USB SSD. I'm going to set that as exFAT. Format that. So I'm using an external SSD because it's quick. And yeah. PS4. I'll copy that over to there. So I'll drag that into the PS4 folder. And then I'm going to create a new folder called Update. And drag them into there. Okay. There we go. Right. Just grab this USB out of the computer and plug it into the PS4. There we go. Let's see what happens. I think heating needs replacing. Why does it need to cool down? Chris, welcome, mate. Oh dear. Switch Lite 1 fine doesn't display any Wi-Fi networks, but does with USB LAN card. It could need the Wi-Fi IC replacing. You might find yourself ending up with a orange screen of death rather soon. So you would need to get the Wi-Fi IC replaced. If you can't do it yourself, it would need to be sent off to someone who can. I am welcome, mate. One wrong word and slander strikes. Yeah, I agree, mate, yeah. Thanks, hello. Trading. Yeah, well done to Wayne on 1K. Have I ever fixed the PS5 digital? Just HDMI ports on digitals, mate. I haven't done much with HDMI ports. You could rework the Wi-Fi chip on the Switch, but it doesn't always work. It doesn't. If you reflow it, it doesn't always work. Yeah, it was US based anyway. Yeah. Bottle of red wine time. Probably going to be Renaissance. I don't know. This is a PS4 1200 series, right? So this comes up as 42118-6, which is definitely a disk drive related issue. So let's go to the overhead. And let's see what we can do about getting it working, shall we? So that's a disk drive related issue. It's probably going to be a F6202 issue. I'm good, thanks, Andy. Can you change a light bulb? Probably not. Yes, it would, Keith. I'm just catching up on chat, and then I'm going to head over, become a channel member. There should be a join button underneath the video, mate. I would appreciate it. I'm good, thank you, Bunty. Is that Renesas not detected or USB wrong format? It is most likely a fuse, but could be Renesas, or could just be the disk drive itself is throwing an issue. The PS5 coming in for repair won't turn on, but beeps. What do you think can fix it? Watch my last video, mate. Watch my last video, the one I posted today, as Phil said, yes. Welcome, Michael. Good to see some local faces, mate. Yeah, watch my last video. It seems to be a recurring theme on the PS5 at the minute. I think I've stumbled upon something there. Alright, so, yeah, like I said, this could be a Renesas issue, but it's most likely just going to be a fuse issue or something. They usually are. I hope it's not Renesas, because Renesas is the disk drive controller, and that is married. What the hell is all that on there? That is married to the board, so you can't change it at all. What's happened to this console? What has happened to this console? Oh dear God. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Someone's messed. Learning electronics repairs. Welcome, mate. Hello. Hello. Yeah, so I'll get this apart. This is the boring bit. If this was a video, I'd be able to fast forward through, but sadly not. Sadly not. Let's grab a second screwdriver for a Phillips bit. I'm going to get a few reflections on the light for a minute. Not anymore. Well, apart from on this. Right then. Right, well that's acting tight, so I'll take it out from that side and just completely ignore the fact that the cable's there. Saves me risking damaging the connector. I had to repair a connector on one of these the other day on a PS4 1100. I thought it was just going to be a standard PSU connector, and it turned out that they'd damaged a fan connector as well, and that had to be replaced as well, which kind of sucked. Ah, well, there's one of the missing black screws. And there's the other one. Right, well, I'll replace the two missing screws. If and only if I can fix it. If I can't fix it, then I won't replace them. Right, a little bit of rustling for a second. There we go. Sounds violent, but it's fine. Right. Damn it, wrong screwdriver. Yeah, I'm hoping you'll be on 1100 by morning, Wayne, to be honest. It'd be pretty awesome if you am. It would be pretty awesome if you was on 1100 by morning, mate. Wouldn't that be something? Wake up in the morning, you got 1100. That would be pretty cool. Screw in the wrong place, screw in the wrong place. Here, I don't get this, check this out. Right. Obviously someone who doesn't really know consoles has messed with this. But check this out. like, if you've got one screw here with a rounded head, like a round head screw here, and then you've got another screw here, but you've got two rounded head screws, doesn't take a genius to work out where they go. Yeah, doesn't take a genius. Anyway, actually I think a couple of screws have been replaced on this. See? And then they don't come out because they're not meant to be there. Ah dear. Anyway. Common sense is far from common anymore. That is very true. That is very, very true. Not as bad as having a conversation with a person who uses toothpaste as thermal paste. Yeah. At least it smelled nice. Yeah, so there's a couple of screws which are not meant to be there. Like that one, for example, isn't meant to be there. APU clamps the wrong way. This is why. Because it's going to be loose and you're putting absolutely no pressure on the APU. Which means that as soon as you start to play a game, it's going to overheat because no enough thermal transfer can happen. There's a reason it's got a nipple there. Get your head out the gutter, I said nipple, grow up. Anyway. I've been watching Jay's 2 cents. Oh, I think someone else has used toothpaste. Ugh. Actually, let's do a thumbnail for the video. Oh, what's happened here? Hang on, we haven't just seen that. Was that just lighting? I think it was just lighting. There you go, here's a thumbnail, look. You guys think my hands are steady? You guys actually think my hands are steady? Did you not see that then? Jesus, guys, state of this. Well, never mind. Never mind. Anyway. Ugh. Actually, I'm not going to clean the thermal paste off yet, just in case. That's a fingernail. Bollocks you. Oh dear. I'm going to have to knock Phil out, I think. Right, I'm also going to have to plug in my microscope light. Hey, it worked first time, look at that. Beautiful. Alright, what kind of fuse is that? Huh. What kind of fuse is that? Bot, welcome. Big Daddy, welcome. What did I miss? Not a lot, mate. Not a lot, not a lot yet. Lol nipple. Anyway, let me just get my my wires are all tangled up. Is it a dead fuse? I don't know yet, mate. I'm about to find out. Meter in continuity mode. Nope, that fuse is good. I'm going to remember where the fuses are on this now. It's been a while since I worked on a 1200 series board. Have these fuses been replaced before? They're not usually these ones. The only problem is remembering where they are. Like where they all are. It's been a while since I've worked on a 1200. I think that's just a resistor. But yeah, it's been a while since I've worked on a 1200. To be honest. You know what? I think I might actually have to Google it because I can't remember where all of the fuses are on these. Oh, it's there. I'm looking in the wrong place. Damn it. That's why I don't recognise the fuses. Them here. Yep, F6202 gone. Alright. Well, then I guess we're changing that. Yeah, you can't remember where absolutely everything is on everything. Yeah, so F6202 controls the disk drive sensor. So basically when you insert the disk, there's a sensor, and F6202 controls that. So if the sensor's not working, it doesn't know when you're inserting a disk. It does control other things too, but the main thing it controls is the sensor. But when that fuse blows, it also can't recognise Renesas because power doesn't get to Renesas, and Renesas is the drive controller. So if you can't recognise Renesas, then it thinks you've got no disk drive, and if it thinks you've got no disk drive, then it won't allow you to update the console. I'm just lowering the melting temperature with some leaded solder, just because we have got a 200 MHz clock chip right next to it. I don't really want to put excess heat on the clock chip. And also the secondary RAM is not far from there as well, which is a BGA chip, which is just there. Looks like a RAM chip. It actually is a RAM chip, I think, or pretty much serves the same function. but I don't want to put excess heat on that area, so basically just lower the melting temperature by adding a little bit of leaded solder, and then that's going to melt before the solder melts on the BGA chips around it and on this clock chip. And then we control it even more by using a thin nozzle. There we go. Right, so that fuse is gone ski. So what do you code? Nothing anymore, to be honest. It's just that name's going to stick with me forever, so. But yeah, I don't really code anything anymore. Right, add a little bit of flux. Touch up them pads, just make them nice and shiny. What causes the issue? A lot of the time it's down to the a disc getting stuck in the drive. A lot of the time. Sometimes it can be caused by you know, people jamming stuff in there and keeping the sensor spinning. If you keep the sensor spinning constantly, eventually it's going to heat up the fuse. Well, it's going to heat up the circuit, and if you heat up the circuit, eventually it's going to give way. Alright, this fuse is the correct rating, but it's a little bit small for this specific board. But rather than buying a load of different fuses, I just make it fit. It will fit, it's a tiny bit too small, like it could do with, I think these 0402, and I need 0601s, or 0603s. So they are a slight bit too small. Damn it. I just lost that fuse, where's it gone? Where's my damn fuse gone? Into the ether. It's because I'm doing it at an awkward angle as well. Damn it, get off my tweezers, will ya? Well, it can go upside down. I'm just turning the board around so I can actually get to it properly. And I'll get it into focus. And I'm going to turn the airflow down to 20% as well, just to stop it from flying away. Damn it, and it still flew away. I think I've actually just flew under the clock chip. Damn it! Oh, I'm not with it tonight. Tapping it on with the irons for pussies, Phil. I could just hold it there like a normal person would. At least then that way it's actually going to solder. Right. There we go. There we go. Squirting under the clock chip as well, just in case it did go under there and stay under there. I think it probably flew out, to be honest. There we go. That's that. Done. Used to have a habit of using too much salt. Yeah. Yeah, it does make life complicated. There we go. We've got continuity back there. Let's just test F5001. Yeah, that one's good as well. Alright. That'll work. That will do it. Thank you, R160. I appreciate that. We're not normal, we're special. I don't use the iron. It's just... I can get it flatter to the board using hot air. Right, let me get some cotton swabs. Soft and gentle cotton buds with paper stem. La-di-da to you too. Just clean off this thermal paste. Oh, someone didn't even clean the old stuff off. Really? Come on. At least clean your white stuff off once you've finished. Tough, welcome. Do 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 do. I'm gonna get this nice and clean now. There we go. That'll do it. That will do it nicely. That's what she said. Nah, it's not going to short anything. I don't think it's under there anyway. I did brush under there. I don't even know if that is a clock chip. I could be wrong. Pretty sure it is though. I can't see it under there. But yeah, I can always do this. Just to make sure. I think it most likely disappeared into the ether. to be honest. Let's get some thermal paste on. Do. Ooh. Some random crap in there then. Strange. Nice even coat. Don't ask me why I started spreading it out like this, I don't know. I just do for some reason. Something satisfying about it. About knowing you've applied literally the perfect amount. Right, looks like this console has recently been cleaned, so I don't need to do that. Can't see it when you're using it. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. How about now? It's on the top of the screen. Yay! There you go. Yeah, I'll put it back on the screen so people can read it. Aren't I thoughtful? Now, reflections do make it quite tricky, especially when there's flux all over it. Nice. Steve right now, trademark infringement. Nah, we're best buddies. We're best buddies. I'd laugh if he was in the chat. I know he does watch sometimes. Like, you tell him we're best buddies, you prick. Steve actually does that as a meme, believe it or not. He actually says that as a meme, the perfect amount. Is this a PS4 Slim? It's a 1200, mate. Can you put it on the left side, chat? Hides it on TV. I can, indeed. I can, indeed. I'll do it next time I need to use it on the screen, mate. In continuity mode, it's audible, so I don't really need to do that. I don't really need to use it. But I'll need to use it for the next job, I assume. Right. Let's put it back together. That's the wrong screwdriver. Most people call it original PS4. It's still the PS4 Fat, but it's the one with it's the newer revision, the 1200 series. Steve from Tronics Fix, yeah. That's so clean. The entire desk's clean, mate. Check it. Hi. Right. Let's get it back together. let's see if it wants to work. Well, this thread's been ruined because of that screw being in the wrong place. Just putting a couple of screws in, by the way. Just a couple. It's not the shed no more, mate, no. I'm on the I'm putting that in backwards. Yeah, I'm in my loft. For weather related, noise related and security related reasons, to be honest. After what happened to David, it just made me think that it was kind of leaving me a little bit exposed, being in the loft. Yeah, I might as well put all of the Phillips screws back, I suppose. Also, on a side note, why did that come out of line? Na 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 na. Well, oh no, I can't in good conscience put that back. No, it's the wrong screw. 0.5 amps, new M92. It's possible that it could well be the stuck in RCM mode. Could be a bad CPU. Yeah, without looking, it is kind of hard to say. Right, so I'll put all the Phillips screws back anyway. There we go. Right. Let's get the HDMI cable. Let's turn it on. And let's see what happens. So you'll see some test lines for a minute just while the console turns on. And I'm going to grab my controller while I'm waiting. And there we go. So I'm going to connect up my controller. Just like that. And I'm going to hook up the PS4 software. on my external SSD. It's a lot quicker to run using an external SSD. Right, now let's see if it wants to work, shall we? Nice, Keith. Right, is it going to accept the update? Waiting to see this PS4 will be initialised. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, there we go. Boom. Sweet. Right, so that is going to run. And as you can see, it's a lot quicker using an external SSD. A lot quicker using an external SSD. It's cost me around about £70 about 4 years ago, this Sony external SSD did. It worked really well. It's 250 gig. Thoroughly resuscitated indeed. Unseen Elements, welcome. I got 2 PS5s now. I bought Kevin's off him for the kids, so they'll get one each for Christmas, and they're going to love me for about 5 minutes until they forget where they came from, and then I'll play it up again. Well, hey, that's life. Yeah, what's your sub count on, Wayne? What are you actually on, mate? 2 PS5s, mate, yeah. I bought the other one off, so basically there was no controller with the other one off Kevin, the first PS5 I fixed on that night. So he was going to take it to CEX and get £465 in cash for it, but they wouldn't have bought it anyway because the warranty sticker had been voided. He would have had to pay me for the repair. Just say 1.0, just say 1.03k. Tell me off your thingy. Yeah, so he would have had to pay for the repair, plus he would have had to pay for a new controller or a controller. So we agreed on a price of £375. I'm good, thanks, Dad. How are you, mate? Yeah, so we agreed on a price of £375 for the other PS5. So for 475 quid, I've got 2 PS5s for the kids for Christmas. Yeah, I'm super happy about how Christmas is going to turn out this year for the kids. Obviously, it's for the kids, not me. I don't really play consoles. I have the odd game of Xbox. I don't really play consoles. Both disc version, mate, yes. For the price of one console, I've got 2. Or retail price of one console, I've got 2. I'm not complaining. Not complaining at all. And I've made £200 on the 2 videos I did. And I'll be uploading another video with the other one as well. I have been pretty lucky, mate, yeah. This past couple of weeks, I have been pretty lucky. Managing to bag myself two for the kids, it's, you know, it is pretty well blessed. Definitely counting my lucky stars. What did I used to code? I used to do PHP and C#. I used to develop for the Universal Windows platform, so basically Windows 10. The store. Jess, welcome. Oh yeah, there'll definitely be someone to help with pretty much anything you need on Discord. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. Well, there's a link in there actually. Go on and look, hard work and dedication. Thank you, mate. No, I did get a little bit lucky. I mean, I do feel kind of bad for the guy I bought the PS5 off. Someone actually called me a scammer on the comments, and I was like, no. I actually pinned that comment, and I was like, no, there was no scamming involved as far as I was concerned. I couldn't fix it. If I could have fixed it, but I wasn't to know that the guy was going to sell it me. So there's no way anyone can say, oh, you deliberately didn't fix it just because you knew he wasn't going to sell it. Like, don't work like that. Did you make any apps? I think UWP's Xbox 2. Yeah, I used to make mainly like media players and stuff. I made a video playing app that could play pretty much any video on Xbox. Microsoft weren't happy. Got took down in the end. Made a few grand off it though. And it could also play YouTube ads with YouTube videos with no ads, just by entering a URL. There we go. This one is pretty much fixed. I do need to do a couple of tests on it, of course, but it's pretty much there. Oh, my disc isn't in the frigging case. Damn it. Well, I'll have to test the disk drive another time. Disk drive will work. It'll be fine, but I will test it another time. Alright, let's just run through the setup. It's going to be a little bit laggy because it's a cheap £7 or £8 capture card that I'm using for game capture, for console capture. UWP and Windows apps are pretty much the same. What's next? I'm not sure yet. Probably another PS4. Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit laggy, and don't worry about this password. It's just my Wi-Fi password. Not used on anything else. It's the Wi-Fi password off the back of my modem. Actually, not even this modem. My first Virgin Media modem. Oh, talking of which, my contract's up with Virgin Media in 8 days. So they either give me a better deal, or I go looking elsewhere. I'm just waiting on the microscope, mate, for David. Just waiting on the microscope. Can you make an app for PlayStation? No, I don't know the language. I'm not in programming anymore, to be honest. There we go. Right, so yeah. I need to test the disk drive. For that, I need to get another disk because for some reason my disk isn't in the case. Don't know why, but yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah, the disk drive will be fine anyway. Worst case scenario, I'll have to replace the disk drive. But yeah, I'm not really worried about that. Everything else appears to be working. Yeah, there we go. Job done. Get BT Fibre. I'd never go with BT again in my life. No, I actually won't go elsewhere. I'll get Virgin Media again. But I'll just sign up as a new customer. There we go. Job done. Happy days. Just got to put this back together and call it good. So yeah, there's my external Sony, if anyone's wondering what I use. This is an old one, like I said. It's about I've had it about 4 years. I bought it second hand from CEX and it served me pretty well. Focus, you bastard. Come on. Yeah, that's it, if anyone wonders. So I'll just use this for random shit, but it's literally just a SATA SSD inside a caddy that I've lost the screws to. But yeah, it works pretty well. And it installs the software really, really quick as well. And it works for Xbox as well. There we go. Another one revived and resuscitated, and everyone's happy. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. It's the routers out of the problem, yeah, which is why I use my own, mate. Which is why I use my own. My well, it's not in modem mode, but I've got Wi-Fi disabled. I've got Wi-Fi disabled, and I just use my own mesh Wi-Fi system. I've actually got 8 Wi-Fi pods on my system. As far as I know, it supports USB 3, yeah. I could be wrong. It does install quicker though than a normal USB, so it must do. It must do. Right, let's get this back together fully, and then I'll call it job done. Move on to the next one. I haven't got my PS4. Well, I've got one of my PS4 screw sets in here, but I haven't got both of them, so yeah, I've got one torque screw. Literally one torque screw. And there's 2 missing. Okay, and yep, think they're all present and correct. Right, let's put in this clip, because otherwise this screw there won't screw in. There's actually a few screws missing, to be honest. I think. Well, like I said, I've only got one replacement torque screw in the workshop, so yeah. Damn it. Not sure what that is, but I certainly won't be cleaning it. Not unless they pay me extra. There we go. And there we go. One fully revived console. No worries, RWL. Cheers, mate. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've got no drop frames, guys. I'm not sure what is going on. Yeah, I like the Uncharted edition. It's quite nice. It is quite nice. Right, just need to write on the ticket. Off camera, of course, because it's got a customer's name on it. There we go. And job done. That can go back into the, well, into the completed section. And on to the next one. Right, what we got next? We have HDMI encoder, beep on, beep off, HDMI encoder, blue light of death. Let's do a couple of HDMI encoders, shall we? Why not? Alright. So this one apparently is a... Oh shit, I'll just show the customer's name. Whoops. My bad. Oh well. Shit happens. It's just a name. I'm a fucking idiot. Whoops. I can't be bothered to do any bloods tonight. I did like 6 yesterday. I can't be bothered. Ronan, welcome. Beeps, how are you and Cody, mate? Yeah, it's just a name. Oh well, not a big deal. Right, okay. Anyway, this one I've just doxed the customer on. White one for a change. Yeah, I like the white case. Right, so this one apparently is a no display. Is that the... Yeah, it's a PS4 original. Cool. No, 729. It's going to be a 718. Alright. Right, let me have a look at the capture card. Most common cause of blood after the APU solder ball joints. It's hard to say. See, it could be so many things. I would say the most common known cause is probably corrupted firmware or RAM, I would say. Right, so same HDMI cable I've just used on the last job. We get nothing. And in fact, that's not white light of death. That is a blue light of death. That is a blue light of death, not... Oh, is it? No, it's not. It's white light of death. Okay, it is white light of death, not blue light of death, but it's still no display. Deactivate and reactivate the capture card, and still nothing. HDMI cable is very loose. In fact, I don't think that HDMI port's soldered at all, to be honest. So I'll just unplug that. But then, if we take a look at the cable, let me get another cable to do that with safe stretching it. Safe stretching the cable and putting strain on the port. Get another cable to do it with. Yeah, that port's not soldered. Check that out. Don't even need to put a cable in to show that. Yeah. That's not soldered in the slightest. Alright, well. Hold on, the consoles get display ports. Stay tuned. Stay tuned, that's all I'm going to say. I am going to if I can get an SMD display port, I'm going to attempt to install one on a console. Watch this space. You will get a display port console, and then I'm going to auction it off for charity as a one of a kind. I'm going to put a display port on an Xbox One X, and then I'm going to auction it off for charity. Right. So, next job on the cards. This HDMI port is definitely not soldered. Not in the slightest bit soldered. Busy, busy, busy indeed, mate. Well, that's the way to be. Keep yourself busy. Nice dusty one. HDMI sucks. But yeah, I'm going to attempt to put a display port on an Xbox One X. Might do it on a PS4 as well. Trace damage maybe. Possible. Alright. Another one that wants to be a little bit awkward, I suppose. Get off. Get off of my property. They do break easily, yeah. Oh, I've got a feeling this is a prior repair attempt. You know when you just get that feeling that something's not right? Well, we've got another one with a screw missing. Yoink. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh dear God. Oh dear Lord. Oh no. 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 Yoink. Oh, let the fun begin. Oh no. Let the fun begin. Oh dear God. Oh, this is going to be fun. Fun. Right. Well. Oh dear God. Putting a display port on PS5. Possible. Yeah, we got no traces. Oh. We got nothing. Nothing. We've literally got ground points. What the hell? Oh, come on. Why do people do this to me? Well, at least we've got the ground points. Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the bright side of life. This isn't even like it's an accidental thing either. Like this has been done by someone. There's flux all over it. No, I do know how to pick them for the stream, don't I? I'll do it for the public, mate. I'll do it for the public. Sometimes I question my life choices. Sometimes I wonder why. Alright, let me just adjust things so I'm not straining my HDMI port. Going to be a long night. Nah, this will take about 40 minutes. I do need to go and get some HDMI ports, so I don't think I've got any in the workshop. Let me just double check. Nope. Nope. Say to have washers on the CPU and chuck it back in the pile. Well, I can get 90 quid for this. I'm not chucking this back in the pile. I like these jobs, they're paying money. Right, I do need to go and get the HDMI port, guys, so I'm going to grab a cup of coffee while I'm there. I've got none in the workshop, they're all downstairs. I haven't got any of Andrew's patch, mate. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Well, 2-3 minutes. Right, I'm back. I brought up 20 ports. 20 ports will do. Right then, I hope you're all enjoying my paint. Yeah. Oh dear, it's going to be fun. Right. Big money fix for sure. Yeah, I don't mind these jobs. Not confident enough to delete this PS4 is a bit more special to me. Yeah, I wouldn't want to delete a PS4 as well, to be honest. I only need one, not 20. Depends how many times I fuck it up, mate. Oh dear. Right, these are the cheapy ports. So where it needs to come that way. Okay. Right. So I just need to modify this port slightly by bending the legs. So you bend one side out and one side in, and then it'll be a nice snug fit. These ports, they're cheap and cheerful, but they do the job. Well, they would, but I need to clean out these ground holes first, so let's do that first and foremost, and then I can get to actually fixing it. So the HDMI port on the PS4, or on any HDMI port actually, I would say this is the time where low melt solder is definitely going to be your friend. I mean, just look at the state of the ground leg, what someone's done to them. Alright, solder sucker. Where art thou, solder sucker? I'm just going to clean out these ground holes. Come on, melt. Well, that'll do. That's close enough. That's close enough. Do 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 do. Ow, the port's hot. The port was right by it and I forgot. So it was a little bit hot. Did I just bend this the wrong way? Yep, I did indeed. Never mind. Right, just gotta get the port to sit flat. And I would say that's close enough. A little bit more. Yeah, close enough. Add some flux. I'm just gonna pre-tin all of these legs, and that should solve out the ground legs at the same time. So the ground legs is there, but the rest are not. We might have an issue with some of the ground legs as well. Alright, we'll just clean that up and I'll see what it looks like. Might have an issue with the ground legs where I've got to take this port off and adjust a little bit. Yeah, I think the ground points have actually moved. Like the pads for the grounds, I think, have moved, to be honest. Alright, so that one should be loose and it's not. Yeah, some of them have moved. That's gonna have to come back off. Damn it. So the ground pads were loose as well. That's gonna suck. Alright, well, don't think I'll damage the port, I can reuse that. But nah, they cost 20 pence, I'll just use another one. Kent, welcome. I've wrote some wiki articles for him. A lot of the console wiki articles are mine. And I didn't get paid for it, I didn't want paying for it. Okay, right, so let's just try and fix this up a bit. But yeah, we is paying people to write articles for him. I'm good, thank you, Kent. How are you, mate? So I don't think I did move, I think I was just slightly out of line. So I think that was my fault. Never mind. Let's try and position this. Just got to get it in the right place. Still needs adjusting. Why can't I get this right today? I should have it. I should have it. £20p down. I'm only glancing at chat, by the way, at the minute, just because I want to get this done. It can be rather tricky to do these. Come on, Port, why are you not tinning? Right, let's have a look at that then. Do 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 do. I hate when there's IPA under the port because it takes forever to get it out. Yeah. Just make sure that didn't bridge. So we've got a ground point there. I need to dry this off. Right, so I'm going to make sure that I don't have any shorts where I shouldn't. So that's a ground. And that's a ground. That's a ground. That's a... Oh, that one's a ground. Ground. Yeah, okay. That works. So now that's done. Let's make our life a little bit easier by securing in the ground legs. Because that way then I haven't got to worry about the port falling out while I'm messing around with the iron. I'll secure the ground legs in now. And it saves me doing it later. I'll just blob a little bit of solder on. And I'm going to use the hot air in a minute just to help push the solder through. Just makes life easier. If I just add a blob of solder and then use hot air to push it through. There we go. And then combination of the iron, hot air and the... Well, a combination of the iron, hot air and gravity. I'm going to make sure that the solder pushes through properly. Just like that. Damn it. Where did that big fluff come from? I still got thermal paste on this brush from earlier. Clean itself off eventually. Okay. That'll do for now. I'll come back to that in a little while. There we go. Alright, so it's prep time now. Just as soon as I read a little bit of chat. I'm not sure if it did, Jess. I can have a look and see if I've got a scope for it. If I have, then I'll get it sent out to you. I'd have to get back to you on that and let you know, mate. Nice coffee. Yeah. Yeah. Right, okay, so what I need to do now then is I need to run some jumper wires to all of the corresponding points where they're meant to go. So for some of them, it's simple to figure out. So for example, if you look at all of these here, these are called differential pairs. So you get all the data lines travelling through these. So you got a data positive and a data negative, and then you got a ground in the middle. So there's always a ground in the middle of these. So these three traces here are one differential pair, and then the next three traces are another differential pair. The next three are another differential pair, and the next three are another differential pair. So you got a data line here, a data line here, and then ground in the middle. I've just soldered the ground legs. Well, I've just checked them. This one's loose, but it is damaged. So, but I have just checked it. It has got the ground, but you don't have to have the ground there. Those ground points are all pretty much mainly just for redundancy. But this trace here, you can see, goes down to here, and then this trace goes to here, and so on. So we need to run jumpers from here to the corresponding via, which is basically a pathway which goes to the other side of the board and to the HDMI chip. When you get to pin 13, you come down to here. So pin 13 comes to the left hand side of this diode here. Pin 14 we can ignore, it's not connected to anything. Pin 15 comes to this diode here, the right hand side of this diode. Pin 16 goes to, I think it's there. Pin 17 is ground. Pin 18 goes here, and pin 19 there. So they're fairly, well, once you get used to the layout, they're fairly simple. But what we're going to do is run jumper wires to all of the points and just restore the connections. So first of all, I need to expose some traces for the differential pairs, because the traces go to wires. All of the rest of them can go to the side of the diode, so there's already a solder point to actually make a contact with. But when they go to a wire, we need to actually expose the trace. So we come to the wire with a blade and just scratch away. And then that's going to expose some copper. So this is basically just going to create a new pad. We could run really tiny jumpers to the top of the trace, but that's going to make our life a million times more difficult. So we just expose the wire, and that basically gives us a new pad. Somewhere to solder to, basically. It's tedious, but it is fairly straightforward as long as you know where you're going to. You can get a pin out for these online. So just expose this copper. So I'm doing them all now, saving having to come back with the knife later and scrape more of the coating away. Just do it now, makes my life easier later on. There we go. So that's that. Really difficult for a noob. It can be, but with a bit of practice, it's certainly not an impossible task. So what I'm going to do now, once this is clean, I'm going to use the soldering iron and just tin this copper, this exposed copper. So that's going to allow me to be able to solder something to it. So without tinning it, the jumper wire is going to have nothing to bond to. So I'll just tin all 8 of these wires that I've just exposed. And I'm also going to just scrape with the iron a little bit because that will allow me to expose more. And like I said, eventually that's going to give me some nice pads to solder to. There we go. Perfect. Very nice. Right, so now I can start running jumpers. Fiberglass pen I'm not keen on because it leaves fibres all over the board, so I'll choose not to use them. I'd rather use a knife. Just because it does leave crap all over the board, and you know, if that gets in the wrong place, then you know, it can cause issues if it's conductive, especially if you use one of them brass pens. Use one of them brass pens and you're in a bit of trouble. I do actually have some somewhere, I just don't really use them. Alright, so I'm going to zoom in pretty close so it's going to get a little bit dark. So all I'm going to do is just tin the edge of the wire. So this is enamelled wire. So basically it's got a protective coating on it, and to expose it I'll just run the iron over it, and that allows me to solder to it. But using enamel wire, you can use bare copper wire, but if you use bare copper wire it's conductive all across the wire, whereas enamel wire is just conductive on the part that you expose. So with the enamel wire it means that I can cross wires over and it's not going to short out. But once I've basically tacked it down with the iron, then I can hold it with tweezers and then come back in and get a nice solid bond on it. And then it is always a good idea to try and keep these differential pair wires as close to the same size as you can. They are data lines, so if you can keep them roughly the same size, then that is preferred. Otherwise you might get a little bit of distortion on the line. They don't have to be exact. Right, and there is jumper number 1. I didn't realise you couldn't see that, but you know, sometimes, well, I can see more than the camera can see through the optics. So it makes it a little bit tricky sometimes. Especially when I'm not paying attention to the camera, I'm paying attention to what I can see in the eyepiece. Right, so there's that. Ah, damn it. So, you see what happened there? Because I didn't come in and strengthen it before I attempted to solder it to the other side, it just fell off. As soon as I went to solder to the other side, it fell off. I didn't attempt to strengthen it. So the reason I don't just hold it with the tweezers is because if I hold it with the tweezers, then it's very difficult to get level with the board, if that makes sense. I mean, the jumper wire is 0.17mm in length, in diameter, so it's not exactly very thick. So it's awkward to grab with the tweezers and actually get it to sit flat with the board. Like even now, that's not flat to the board. And another awkward thing is it doesn't take much to burn the flux, and once the flux is burnt, it's unusable. Pretty much unusable once it's been burnt. So there's a lot of cleaning involved with this process. So every time I've soldered both ends, I'll just come and break it away. Sometimes I'll just twist it to break it, and sometimes I'll cut it with the wire, or cut it with the knife rather. But then every so often what I need to do is just clean up and just make sure that I can still see what I'm doing at all times. So I'll just heat up the flux and then I can come and clean it. So I'm probably just going to carry on with this now and just keep talking down to a minimum because it is a bit of a lengthy process. There we go. This is 0.17mm, but you won't buy this stuff, mate. I take this from microwaves. But yeah, this is 0.17mm. It's pretty much my go-to stuff. I've actually got a microwave which is going on the scrap. It's broken, and I'm not fixing a microwave. So, if you want the fan out of it to get yourself some jumper wire, mate, just cover the postage and I'll send it you. I'll take it out and send it you. You'll end up with a lifetime supply. So if you want the side fan out of it, mate, just cover the postage and I'll send it you. It'll take me literally less than 5 minutes to take it out. This is where the magic happens. It is indeed. Thank you, mate. Alright, so more flux up here, more flux down here. And yeah, carry on. Melt the flux. So yeah, like I said, I could just run to the point where it's broken off, but that would be a lot more difficult because that would be really tiny jumpers. How's it going, Nick? Yeah, still slacking, mate. Still slacking. Just doing a full HDMI circuit rebuild, but yeah, just still slacking. Great stream earlier, by the way, Nick. Damn it, you stupid jumper wire. Sometimes it's actually wise to try and shape these So if you go with a couple of pairs of tweezers, you can keep them somewhat neat. You're never going to get these to look good. Never going to get these to look good, but you can keep them somewhat neat if you take a couple of pairs of tweezers and just manipulate the wire slightly. You can get it to sit nice and neat. Nice and neat. Jaden, don't do it. Don't do what? There we go. And that will sit nicely on there. Oh, time Danny always gets timed out. It's like a meme these days. Danny enjoys it, I think. I think he enjoys the quiet time, to be honest. Na 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 na. Man, this is a long process. Oh yeah, we're nowhere near done on this. I'll tell you what the worst thing is. Doing all this and then finding out they've blown the encoder. That's the worst thing with these. Doing all of this and then they've blown the encoder and you know they're not going to accept the job quote because it gets too expensive. It gets far too expensive. If you have to do an encoder after you've done like 14 traces, yeah, it's just not worth it as a general rule. Depends how much the customer values the console at that point. At that point it depends how much the customer values their console. Well, I mean, sometimes it's a case where the repair shop ends up having to foot the bill for it because like they've done it. Like, I don't know who's done this, I don't have a clue, but someone's made a costly mistake. Someone's made a costly mistake. But yeah. See, the problem is if, like, let's say for example a repair shop's done this. Like, if a repair shop's done this, then I mean, yeah, they can just replace the board, but you know, replacing the board is probably going to be around about the same cost as what I'm going to charge to actually do this job. And then you haven't really, well, the customer's still going to moan. This console is never going to be worth what it once was. But at the same time, it means the customer not having to reinstall all the games and stuff. If you think about it, if the customer had to reinstall it, well, if the customer ended up with a replaced board, then they've got to reinstall all games. I'd be pretty pissed at that. Sometimes you can't help it, but sometimes you just can't help having to replace the board. But as a customer, I would be pretty pissed if I had to replace the board because of something someone else has done, like someone who's supposed to know what they're doing. I would be pretty angry. I'd rather buy a new board. Yeah, it depends on what is on there, because some people don't store the data on the cloud as well. That's another problem. Some people don't store their game saves on the cloud. Some people don't use the console online. But if you don't use the console online, if you only use it for offline play, then you've got no choice but to get the board fixed. Otherwise, you start every single game again. But for all I know, this could be running a really early version of the firmware. Oh, it's a shit even with magnification. Yeah, you just have to follow the traces. Well, to a certain extent. Ah, damn it. Just knocked one of them traces off. Well, if I can knock it off that easily just by repositioning the wire, then it wasn't Armstrong enough to start with, so. My leg's going numb because it's been in the same position for a while. Damn you, jumper wire, get on, you bloody... Should probably be using a micro pencil. This chip's way too big for this job. I've knocked the other one off now. Ah, screwed it up. Come on, jumper wire, get back on your damn pin. How's that one come off? They're all going to come off now as I work along. Ah dear. Oh, that vire's come off, damn it. Oh, I've lost the vire. Ah, damn it. Oh, shit. I've lost the vire. So the vire's that vire's basically my lift to the other side. That's a problem. That is a problem. So, because I've lost a wire, I've now got no access to that trace. No access to that trace. Yeah, it's gone, look. In fact, there's a couple gone. What the? How's that happened? Yeah, what on earth has that happened? Right, let me just sort out these ones. Why are these wires so weak? Genuinely, I've never lost a wire. If the wire was there to start with, I've never lost one before. So why am I now losing wires? Wow. The wires, you know what that is? I'm going to tell you exactly what this is. Exactly why these wires have come off. Do you remember the flux from when we first started? The flux that was left all over the board, probably for weeks and weeks. These wires are literally just coming off. Like, genuinely, these wires are just ripping off the board. That's 3 that's just come off now. That flux that was left on the board has eaten the board. Danny been timed out. It's not fucked. But yes, that layer is literally peeling away. That flux which was left on the board has literally eaten it away. It's eaten the wires. I've never had 1 wire come off, let alone 3. So now I've got to try and fix all that. Well, I can still get to them. I can wrap wires around the board if need be. Let's not poke and prod anymore, because that one's going to come off as well. That one there is about to come off. Yeah, if needs be I can get to them. I can just wrap wires around the board, but I'd rather not. It has soaked into the board, mate, yeah. So that's 3 wires which have just come off the board. Right. Well, there's a couple of things I can do. So, the first one would be to just try and get a bond on the wire. I'd rather not do that. Let me just move them out of the way. So the first one would be just to try and get that big thick wire to bond. But the other way would be to try and create a brand new pad. So Creating a brand new pad would probably be my preferred method. So I'm going to get some jumper wire, which is less than the width of human hair. Check that out. Less than the width of a human hair. And I'm going to try, the key word here is try. I'm going to try and thread that through the board. Might be easier said than done though, to be honest. Also, might be easier said than done to be able to see the thing when I'm zoomed in so far. So because I know these go straight through to the other side of the board, there is a slight chance that I can thread a wire through. Nah. I don't think the wire is wide enough. To be able to push it through. So the other option is going to be to try and solder to that very slight remaining bit of pad. So for that I'm going to need the micro pencil. Oh damn it, I haven't got a micro pencil tip up here. Well, that threw that out of the window then, I suppose. Like threading a needle. Worse, mate, it's thinner. It's a lot thinner. Yeah, so the other option is going to be to just try my best to make a contact. So I can push down on the jumper wire. Ah, there you go, look. That got it. And got it for that one. So if I push down, not with excess pressure, but a little bit of pressure, then a lot of the time you can get a contact on it. I'm going to steal that jumper wire and just move it across one. And then just try and do the same for this one. Can't even see my wire. Sometimes another option is if you've got a little bit of wire, you can drop a solder ball on top of the wire and then melt it in with the hot air. That is an option sometimes. Alright, so let's just try and get a contact there. I think that got it. Yeah, it did. So, oh, no, it come off again. There's really not a lot to work with here. Don't know if that made a contact or not. If it did, I'm going to have to protect it immediately by putting conformal coating there. And to clean it, I've got to be real careful as well. So the reason I say protect it immediately is because that wire, well, what's left of the wire, there's not a lot there at all. So it's not very strong. So I'll have to protect it with conformal coating immediately to make sure it doesn't come back out. Very gently just going to scrape away, well, clean away. And then rather than drying it with a cotton swab, I'm going to do it with hot air. It's easy amount of pressure that I'll put on there. I can do this bit here with the cotton swab and just dab it. The majority of drying it, I'm just going to use warm air. No worries, Ronan, thanks for hanging out, mate. Right, so I'm going to put the multimeter on the screen and I'm going to check my resistance. Sorry, not my resistance, my diode reading on that pin. If I get a diode reading, then I know I'm good. No diode reading. I haven't got a contact. I have on that one. Yeah, so I have on that one. I've got a contact on that wire, but that one there's no contact at all. So I'm probing that and I'm not getting any diode reading, which means that wire is not connected. Or rather, the jumper wire is not connected to the wire. As soon as I put some flux down, it's come off. Yeah, I might not be able to do it with this one. I might be out of options with that one. I think I've got to run a jumper wire wrap around the board. I'm out of options on that one. It's not going to make a contact. Didn't want to have to do that, but it leaves me with no choice. Didn't want to do it. We'll just try and expose that trace or the wire once more, but yeah, you can see how oxidised even down there where the wire is. You can see just how badly oxidised it is because of that flux that was left on the board. It's literally just eating away at the board, and it has been for quite some time. You can see just how bad it is. That is pretty rough. Oh, hang on. Is he coming back? Maybe. Maybe. Have I exposed enough? And more to the point, the part which I've exposed is that the wire, or is it ground? Or another layer? I think it's the wire. It looks like the wire. I can check that in diode mode. I should be expecting a reading of about 0.429, 0.430, something like that. Zero 0.438. Oh yeah, actually, okay. So the differential pairs, that should be all around about the same. So if you look at that one there, 0.440, 0.440, 0.439, yeah, blah blah blah. And then that one as well. So we've got the same reading there. So that there is the wire, but right there is a ground layer. So you can see that it says 0.000. Right there is a ground layer. And then right there is the wire. That's how close the tolerance is. I'm talking less than a millimetre of tolerance. So, because there's no room for error, there is no margin for error at all. So I'm going to protect the ground point before I do anything at all. So I'm going to take the slightest bit of conformal coating and I'm just going to cover that. So very slightly, just a tiny bit of conformal coating and I'm just going to cover that up. So then if I do manage to get a jumper wire to bond to the wire, then it's not going to short out against ground, because that is a very, very short amount of space between the ground point and the wire. And if my UV light ever wants to work, then I can cure it. Yeah, it's conformal coating, yeah, to protect the area. Just to protect that ground point and make sure it doesn't short out against the data line, because otherwise we're going to have a data line that's shorted out to ground. I'm going to take 2 minutes and have a quick smoke. I need to move my back because it's been in the same position for a while. But yeah, the tolerance there on that wire, it's minimal. It's very minimal. If this repairs, surely the fix has to be worth a tenner. What, you're going to donate a tenner if this works? Yeah, that, I can't believe the fact that well, I can, because there's a lot of idiots around. Someone's left flux all around it, and that's what it causes. That's why you don't leave flux on the board. That's why you clean up after yourself. Phil's used to tiny things. Yeah, but I'm sick of you putting your dick in my mouth now. Sorry, mate. Second component on the right, the one under the little diode, I think it's just a resistor. Similar size to phone repair. Yeah, and have you seen the size of the frigging tip I'm using? I have got brand new micro pencil tips. I should go and get one, to be honest. Don't know why you don't smoke on the channel, because there's a difference between flux fumes and cigarette fumes. There's a huge difference, and people actually get offended by it, so I feel like cold water does that burn. Oh, you're savage, Chris. When the price of repair a tenner, you ain't paying for it. Ah, meanie. The one under the little diode, I think it's a resistor, some sort of resistor. Yeah, it is a resistor, but I'm not sure on the value of it. Right, should I go and get my micro pencil? I can grab a fresh cup of coffee then as well. Is it a 10k resistor? This will be, if it works, £90. I've got a flat fee for trace repair, whether I've got a dig or not. I've had them before with the wires missing, but I've never had it come off in my hand. But to have 3 come off like that is definitely the result of the flux. Yeah, I'm going to go grab my micro pencil tip, and I'm going to get a fresh cup of coffee. It's going to be a long one. Right, I'm back. Brand spanking new micro pencil tips. I have 2 of them. 70 bloody quid in my hand there. Not even joking, £35 each for these things. Ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Where's my HDMI port gone? There it is. Hey. £35 for a bloody Bloody soldering iron tip. What a joke. To be fair, they are pretty damn good. This is the T30D06 for the FM2032 iron. Pretty good. How long do the tips last? That can last a while if you look after them. If you don't leave them running for too long. So I'll set this now to 350 degrees. And I won't run the micro pencil above 350 because they are super thin. These are 0.6. These micro pencil tips are 0.6 millimeters in diameter. I think something like that. I think that's what the 06 means. There we go. 350. Doesn't take long to heat up. Oh yeah, it's definitely worth it, mate. Definitely worth it for these tips. You just have to be super careful with them, that's all. I've had a couple burn out now, to be honest. Right, so let's get back into the groove of things. So yeah, don't leave them, like, because my main tips I'll just leave asleep on like 200 degrees. Not these. Not these. Don't leave these to sleep. Turn these off at night when I've got this plugged in. In fact, I unplug it every night. If I'm going to use them, I unplug it. But these are definitely worth it for sure. Alright, let's just try and get some solder there. There we go. See that? How much easier is that? Look at that. How beautiful is that? Look, that wire's gone as well. That wire there is going. But look at how much easier that is. I've just got that to take some soldering literally seconds with the micro pencil. So yeah, they are absolutely worth it. Without a shadow of a doubt, they are worth every penny. If you know how to use them, if you learn to use them properly, then they're worth every penny. Alright, so for this, actually no, I'm going to use the same diameter wire. Actually, saying that. Use the same diameter wire. I don't want any kind of resistance changes on the, especially on the differential pairs. The rest of the traces are not really important, but, well, they are important, but they're not important in terms of changes in resistance and stuff. You need them to all be as close to being equal as possible to make sure that you don't get any kind of distortion. The only problem with the micro pencil is tinning. But tinning these jumper wires is pretty tricky with the micro pencil because the diameter is just that thin. It just makes tinning these jumper wires really, really difficult because the jumper wire is 3 times as thick as the diameter of the tip. So it makes scraping them pretty difficult. Right. So this one, I don't want to scrape this while it's on the wire to be able to tin it. So I'm going to scrape it before And then I'm also going to trim it before as well, because I don't want to put any excess pressure on the jumper wire at all. So I'll tin and trim before I actually solder it to the wire. And then just hope I trimmed it in the right place. And I didn't. I need literally a teeny bit more. So I'll just move it down slightly. Try and get it as flat to the board as I can. And boom. I think I got it. Let's test it in diode mode at the pin. Let's see if it got a contact. Yes, it did. 440. There we go. Perfect reading. Took a working PS4 to CX. So yeah, the micro pencil is absolutely worth every single penny. Every penny. It's just the tinning part of the wire that is tricky. Right, so I'll just tack that down. I'll tell you what the micro pencil is great for as well. Nintendo Switch trace repair. That's nice and strong. So now I've just got to trim this again. Come on. Thank you. Damn it, I lost it on the other end. I lost it on the other end. I've lost the jumper wire now. Pain in the backside. See, the problem is, to you guys it looks huge. To me, the jumper wires are literally like, probably not even a centimetre long. Probably not a centimetre long. Damn it. Now stick to the pad. Let's see if I can get it. Let's see if I can get a bond on this one. Did I get it? Did I get it? Let's check. In diode mode. Yes, I did. 0.447. It's a little bit high. I think it's negligible though, the result. I think that is probably negligible. Yeah, I think it's fine. Right. I'm going to be super careful here to clean this up. Be very, very gentle. And then once I've cleaned it, I need to test again. And then I need to secure it and test again. So very soft cleaning. Okay. Right. We'll just test these again. Yeah. Yeah, as long as I'm getting a reading, I know I'm slipping a little bit with the probes, but that's fine. It's fine. As long as I'm getting a reading, I know it's connected. Right, so what I need to do then, before I do anything else, is just protect this area. Using some solder mask. So I'm doing these ones now because these have got a much higher chance of me knocking them off and having to try again. But the problem is, every time you knock it off, you're going to end up breaking some more of the wire away. So you just got to be really careful and make sure you do everything you can to not allow that to happen. So I'd rather protect it now, and then that way it's going to be safe. Damn it, I really need to get rid of the flux from inside this laser. Right, so the stuff I've just put on is conformal coating. The other traces are fine. For now, yeah, I just want to protect these before I go any further with the iron. Because if I knock them off, then I'm going to end up breaking it more. Those boiler connectors look scary. Now, there's a little bit of melted plastic. Other than that, it's fine. The traces are a little bit damaged as well. Looks like the last room we stayed in is a Premier Hotel. Why not follow the current traces and solder a long trace to pad? It's just, I mean, I'll point in a second with tweezers, but I could put some really, really fine micro jumpers where the traces are broken. So from the pin to where the traces are broken, but that's honestly a bit longer. It's longer to do, and it's easier to solder to the wires. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. It's normally easier to solder to the wires. Those wires are not meant to just peel away, but because of someone leaving flux there, it ate away at the board and damaged it. Right, so I'll test again. Make sure that number one, I haven't got a short to ground on any of them. And number two, that I'm actually getting a diode reading. So as long as it doesn't come up short, then I know I haven't got a diode short to ground on any of the diodes. Or rather any of the filters rather, because these go to filters on the other side of the board, and then they'll go to the what do you call it, the encoder. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, yeah, these traces are slightly out of line, but I'm not really worried about that. Like these ground points here, like these ones are ground, these ones are ground, and these ones are ground. So I'm not really not really worried about them. Yeah, I'm happy with that. They're all connected. I can move on now to the rest of them. And the diode readings are within an acceptable range, I would say. I'm going to try and slightly manipulate this one, just to get it out of the way of that ground point, if I can. So very gently. That's why I left a little bit of excess on it, so I could just manipulate it a little bit, just to get it completely out of the way. I will put some more conformal coating on these later, but for now, they're fine the way they are. I'm not going for looks here. I'm going for functionality. But yeah, you can see that trace, how that trace is lifted. Well, I could make that look a little bit prettier, but what's the point? As long as it makes a contact, I don't care. This is never going to look good. You've got no chance. You sir are a brave man. It's fun. I like doing this sort of stuff. Alright, so bit of flux here, bit of flux here. Now I've got the micro pencil. It's going to be a lot easier to actually run the jumper wires. Or at least it should be. Because I can work in much tighter spaces. Got a little bit of my brush on there. Actually, I might switch back to my normal iron after these. Now I've done that. I'll see how it goes with the micro pencil. Yeah, I might switch back to the normal iron. Yeah. Yeah, switch back to the normal iron. Why not? Why not? It's just a lot easier to tin the wires, and it's a lot easier to actually get a good contact with the wire and the pin at the same time. Shut up, there is no heating element ever. Go away. The trace repair will be permanent, as long as it doesn't get damaged again. So one of the problems about trace repair in general is if the port gets damaged again in the future, which to be fair, it probably will. But if the port gets damaged again in the future, then unless the technician who works on it is pretty skilled, then those jumpers are going to have to be run again. Why is that not taking to there? Come on, bond. Yeah, unless the person working on it is very skilled, they're going to have to run them jumper wires again. If you've got enough skill, then you'll be able to take the port off and reuse the jumper wires. But it's not easy. Why are you not sticking to that pin? That's more like it. See, that's the problem, is the flux gets burnt pretty quick. Alright, well now I know these wires are so weak, I'm not going to tin it at the same time as soldering it. Yeah, so you can see that there, look at that. I don't even know if that's going to be making a contact, I need to check. Don't even know if that's going to be making a contact. Yeah, barely. It's making a contact, but not by a whole lot. Not by a whole lot. So let's try and strengthen it. I'm actually on the wrong pin as well, I think. So I'm going to try and strengthen it just by pressing down on the pad or the wire. There you go, so you can see that's a bit stronger now. And it's basically just re-soldered that wire. There you go, perfect. Perfect. I think I'm on the wrong pad, the wrong pin. Could be wrong, but I think I'm on the wrong pin. Am I? No, I'm not. It's fine. Yeah, thank you if you're leaving. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out. No, I wasn't on the wrong pin. I'm fine. Well, I'm fine. Right, okay. I'll carry on. I know I'm not paying much attention to chat, but this is definitely not a job that you can just slack off with. Right, you have to pay attention to what you're doing. Right, that's roughly in place. I will try and strengthen some of these pins afterwards, but as long as they're soldered, I'm not overly concerned. So I'll try and come in with the micro pencil and just touch up the pins afterwards. I know they don't look great at the minute. I'm trying to make a contact for now. And so that's where I need to be. There we go. Nice solid contact. Just going to mark where I need to be, and then I'll continue. There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit far over. Let's bring it down a bit. Just make the wire a little bit shorter. There we go. Right, so pin number 13. That one is going to go to the big diode down the bottom. So pin number 13, we've got to cross this wire. So we have to cross these jumper wires. So it comes up from the port and it's got to jump over all of these and then down to this point here, and that's where the enamel wire comes in, because it means that we can cross these wires, and as long as the middle of the wire is not exposed, then we know that we're not going to short anything out. That's why we use enamel wire. So I'll just press that down. It's going to help me to solder it. There we go. Just press that down so it's flat to the board. And then I can break that away. Drop your chair, channel. You're welcome, mate. Yes, I added that tonight, mate. I added your channel tonight. Right. Okay, I'm going to clean up so I can see what I'm doing a bit more. Bit of IPA and there we go. Right. So I was just counting and making sure that I wasn't on the wrong pins for the wrong jumper wires. One thing you've got to be careful of as well is these wires here are all ground points. Like this wire, this wire, this wire, this wire. Those are all grounds. So if you expose that by accident and then you end up with some exposed trace on the jumper wire, you can end up shorting it out to ground and not realising. That's why I always check everything. Pin number 14, this one here is irrelevant. That's not connected. So pin number 15 is next. So for pin number 15, I'm going to go for this top diode here. Before I do that, I'm going to just tin the diode. So I'm going to put some leaded solder on the diode, just to make it easier to solder to. So this is where pin number 15 will go to on a normal board. That's this top diode here. So I can add some leaded solder to all of these because I'm going to need to solder to some more of them. So all of these down here I need, well, this diode here, I need this diode here and this diode here. So just tin them all now and then save me doing them in a minute. I haven't seen that email, mate. I'll have to have a look tomorrow, if that's alright. Fuck that Chinese rubbish, mate. It's... Nah, I ain't paying 18 quid for a tube of Amtech. Nope. Nope, this does the job, mate. This does the job fine. I'm not paying £18 for a tube of flux. If you clean it off the board, then it's fine. No wrong with it. Works absolutely fine. Amtech is way overrated. I've used Amtech and I just genuinely think it's overrated. Right, pin number 15 can be a little bit tricky. You have to get more money. Nah, I'll charge a flat rate for trace repair, mate. I'll make money on the video as well, so. But when I put this into a video next week, I'll make a bit of money on the video as well. Probably make £40 to £50 on the video, so. Yeah, right, so pin 15 goes to this diode here. So it's a little bit tricky to get to, you have to do a little bit of looping. And then you have to put it away. Tin where you need it. And then, damn it. And then solder it to the jumper wire. Solder it to the diode. One of the tricks is getting it to sit flat on the board so it actually makes a contact with the diode. Has weird SE. What's SE? Yeah, Kingbow works fine for me, mate. Everyone's got the preference, but Kingbow works absolutely fine for me. I don't care if it burns away a little bit easier. It's still a lot cheaper than Amtech. I mean, 18 quid for a tube of flux is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't care if I'm a millionaire, I wouldn't pay 18 quid for a tube of flux. Right, so pin 16 next is up here. So if I actually get it in view for you guys. What's the cost of flux in general? Well, if you buy this stuff that I use, if you buy this off AliExpress, it costs like £1 a tube. So here's the thing. Yes, it burns quicker. Yes, it's probably got some more harmful chemicals in it. If you use a fume extractor, you're fine. Personally, I don't, but you know. So yes, it's probably got more harmful chemicals in it. And yes, if left on the board long term, it could potentially damage the board. However, I have left it on a board for 12 months and not had any issues with the board. I did that as an experiment. A very long experiment, albeit, but you know. Yeah, so it might burn quicker. It might have a few more harmful chemicals. To which I say, if you're worried about the chemicals, use a fume extractor. And in terms of burning quicker, well, you can use 5 tubes. You can use 5 tubes of this to 1 tube of Amtech and you're still saving money. You can use 10 tubes of this to 1 tube of Amtech and you're still saving money. Just FYI. You can use 17 tubes of this and you're still saving money. Sorry, but I think I'll make the point there. I'm not using Amtech flux. It's overrated and it's overpriced. An MG Chemicals flux. Yeah, I'd rather die. 10.21 gigawatts to run it. Yeah, this is the thing. When you work it out, it's like the price to performance ratio, this is by far the best value for money. By far. It's the best value for money. Now, it does the job. It's cheap. It works. Alright, pin 18. So 17 is a ground, so I'm not bothered about that. So, pin 18 next. I've used Kingbolt for 2 years now. Never had a problem with it. Never had a board come back because it's rusty. And I've also had jobs that have come back 12 months later for new HDMI ports after I've changed one and it's not been rusty. I honestly don't see the problem with it. Right, this is where it gets awkward. Trying to get these last few pins in the corner. So all the big guns will tell you to use Amtech. I'll say fuck that. Nope. I think I'll save some money, thank you. Yeah, so this is the tricky part now. Trying trying to actually get a contact on these last couple of pins is pretty difficult because they're right in the corner. And this pin that I'm doing right now is by far the most important pin to not short to ground, because this is going to be your 5 volt line. So pin 18 is your 5 volt line, which means that if you short this out to ground and you've got a short on your 5 volt, you're going to cause either no power or a blue light of death. I think it's no power if you got a short on your 5 volt. So this is 5 volt output to the HDMI, and then pin 19 is 5 volt return. So 5 volts coming back from the HDMI for hot plug detect, to detect when the HDMI cable's plugged in. So these last couple of pins are really important not to short out. Because if you short out the data lines to ground, the worst you're going to do is blow the chip. You short out these pins to ground and you're not going to get any power. Alright, make sure that doesn't end up hitting that ground point there. That's pin 18. Is alcohol based flux any good? I've never tried it. Mr. Micro Mage, welcome mate. How's it going, mate? Wii U. I like that. Wii U. Wii U. Right, let's just tin this last jumper wire before we can call it good. And now we're going to try and get to pin 19 without knocking everything all over the place. So this is going to be fun, trying to get to this pin. So I'm either going to knock a wire off or I'm going to, burn myself. That's what I was going to say. Ow. Yeah, so the problem is if you don't come with the wire from far away, then you burn your finger. But when you do come with the wire from far away, it makes it difficult to actually hold it and get it in line. That's the issue. So you got to come in on like a weird angle. There we go. That's got it. Right, so pin 19 is this diode just here. The reason this one's on a diode is because this is 5 volt return. So if you think about it, you don't want the 5 volts to go the wrong direction. So they put it on a diode to protect it. There we go. And that's jumper wires done. That is jumper wires done. So what I'll do now is just... Ah, damn you. I was going to say what I was going to do now was just add some solder to it. And just strengthen all of these connections. So what I want to do is just make sure that we get a nice solid contact on all of these wires. So I'm going to strengthen all of these like so. And then I'm going to clean up, and then I'm going to come back in with the micro pencil and just touch up the pins themselves before I put some conformal coating down and seal it off permanently. So yes, this doesn't look great, it looks like a rat's nest, but when you think about how many jumper wires there is no way you're going to get it clean by running jumper wires. You've got to cross wires over. Well, you haven't got to, you can run the jumper wires underneath the port into the wires at the back of the port before you drop the port on, but that makes your life a million times more difficult. And I'm going for functionality, not looks. My main concern is getting it to work. Taught my young nephew to swap game discs for me, it was a real game changer. Oh god, here come the dad jokes. On an unrelated note though, I'm stealing that one. I'll tell you a joke that I found hilarious today. Sarah's two eldest kids, they're not mine obviously, they're my stepkids. Sarah spoke to their dad yesterday and said, oh, we've got him a PS5 each. He turned around and said, can they have one at my house? Hell fucking no. Not a chance. Can they have one at my house? No. You can fuck off. You can buy your own. Oh, I laughed when I heard that. And then I was like, no. I know what it is. It's because he can't buy one. He's been after one for 2 years and he can't get, well, since they come out, and he can't get one. No. Not a chance. Not a chance. It will be a cold day in hell before those PS5s end up down the dad's. At least he tried, yeah. Why did Ricky Hatton not own a PS4? He's an Xboxer. Oh god. Is it that time of night? Right. Fuck off, Jade Henry. Oh dear. I just undone. Did I? I might have undone what you did then, Chris. My bad if I did. But yeah, honestly, it made me laugh for a couple of seconds. made me laugh for a couple of seconds, and I was just like, no, you're having a fucking laugh. You can fuck off. Right. Right, so all I'm going to do now is just come in with the iron, well, with the micro pencil. So I've got the micro pencil back in. Oh, damn it, I forgot to take out the normal iron out of the holder. So this iron went to sleep. Yeah, so all I'm going to do now is just come in with the iron and just touch up these pins. Rat's nest, yes. No, it's not. It's my choice. I'm not sending a PS5 down to Dad so he can use it, because that's what he wants me to do. He wants it down there so he can use it. And they're not leaving this house. It's definitely not happening. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna basically just freshen up all of the joints. If it was anything else, I'd say yeah, by all means the kids can keep it at the Dad's, but no. The only reason he wants it there is because he can't get a PS5 and he wants one. Ah, damn it, I've just knocked one of them wires off. So no, it's not happening. I know he's the dad and all, but no. No. They don't stay there often enough to do that. There's no joint custody or anything. They stay there, well, not very often. Odd weekends here and there. Did I get the 4K delivered from Scamazon? No, I did not. I'm phoning my bank in the morning. Amazon was supposed to give the code today, and they still haven't given it. So they are in breach of their end of the deal, their end of the contract. But here's the thing, like, because the reason I haven't got the TV yet is because Amazon haven't given out the one-time passcode, right? So for high-value items such as the 4K TV, which bear in mind is supposed to be for my kids for Christmas, and they're supposed to give a one-time passcode so as it doesn't get stolen by a neighbour or stolen by the delivery driver or whatever. Whoever they don't trust, the one-time passcode is there to protect the customer, which I get. But when they're failing to deliver it, I've just knocked that fucking pin 19 off now. When they're failing to deliver that passcode, like, bear in mind, I've paid for that. That money has come out of my bank. It's left my bank. It's been authorised by Amazon. Whether or not it's a pre-auth or whether it's a full authorisation and they've actually taken receipt of the money, they have that money. Or they have the ability to fully authorise that money. It's been deducted from my balance. So if they turn up again, they haven't turned up today, but they turned up 3 times in 2 days trying to deliver it without sending the passcode. So if they turned up today, my intention was just to literally take that TV off that driver and just shut the fucking door on him. because I'm sick of Amazon now. I'm sick of Amazon, and there's nothing I could do because I've paid for the TV. They are the ones that are failing to live up to their end of the contract by providing the one-time passcode, which is not allowing me to take delivery of the item. And they're in breach of contract. I was literally going to I told them on the phone today, I said, if your driver turns up here today and there's no passcode being sent through, I'm taking that TV and I'm slamming the door in his face. Because I'm sick of Amazon. Genuinely sick of him. I can't get a contact on this pin again now. No, it was just a cheap TV. It's not ceramic wire, it's enamel wire, mate. But yeah, I'm just sick of Amazon. Like, what could they actually do if I literally just took that TV off the driver and just said, piss off, it's mine. I paid for it. They are not, legally, they're not the rightful owner of that TV. I am. There's no dispute on the transaction. Like, the money's come out of my bank. There's no dispute on the transaction. The only dispute is the fact that they've not delivered the one-time passcode, which is not allowing the driver to scan the item. It's not the driver's fault, but it's not allowing the driver to scan the item and mark it as delivered. Like, I've literally had the TV in my hand 3 times and they've took it back because there's no one-time passcode, which is ridiculous. So what's to stop me just taking that TV and just saying, fuck off, mate, I've paid for it, it's mine. Do one. I can be a dick sometimes. I know that's not a good thing, but I can. Why is this not making a contact? I fuck with you a lot. They do. They really do fuck with me a lot. But, like, it's just one of them things. It's like, you know when you get to a certain point where you're just like, you know what, I've had a fucking enough. I've had enough. Like, you either deliver your end of the contract or you cancel it and refund my money. Because right now I'm down a TV which is supposed to be going to the kids. The kids are supposed to have a 4K TV to go with their PS5s. And right now I'm down a TV because Amazon want to be dicks. Was that caused by Amazon's outages? No, it's caused by Amazon being arseholes and banning me because I return too much stuff. Because I'm a fussy buyer. The way I see it is, if I buy something, I expect it to perform as advertised. I expect it to perform as advertised. If someone buys a service from me, like let's say for example someone buys a trace repair from me. So if someone hires me to do this trace repair now and this flickers, then my service is not as advertised. I'm advertising a service, or I'm advertising a product of trace repair, and I'm saying, right, I'll do trace repair, I'll run all of these jumper wires and it'll work perfect at the end of it. If it doesn't work perfect at the end of it, then that's not as advertised, and the customer is well within their rights to claim a refund off me. Well within their rights to claim a refund. And I returned a lot of shit to Amazon and they did not like it. It's not my fault that they've got no quality control on the products that they allow on their site. And the products that they allow on the site are a bag of shit half the time. So I returned a lot of shit. And it's not my fault they also send half of that stuff to landfill. But that's their problem. They're the ones who don't restock it, not me. So they banned me for it. And Sarah created a new account and we ordered a TV and they banned that account as well. Because the pads were gone and the wires themselves, some of the wires have actually, like some of the actual wires have ripped off as well. But yeah, I expect the product to be as advertised, and if it's not, then I'm returning it, whether the company likes it or not. I'm a really fussy buyer. I'm not one of these people who will just say, "Oh yeah, stuff it. It was only a tenner." I'll return it for £1. Like, I'm not even joking. I'll return it for £1. It's like the first wow stick I bought. The first wow stick I bought broke within seconds. I literally opened it, unboxed it on stream, used it on an Xbox, and it snapped. Like the head snapped on it on stream, and I returned it because I'm not paying for something that don't work. Yeah, the wires were gone as well. Yeah, even the wires were gone. Like on some of these traces, like some of the traces where I've already put conformal coating, the wires were gone, and I had to use the micro pencil to just about get a bond on it. I said I had to go for a TV to go with the PS5 for your house. That'd be pretty funny. Right, let me just give these a test. I know it doesn't look pretty. You're never going to get these to look pretty. Right, so test number 1, I'm going to go into continuity mode, and I'm going to check for shorts. Yep, like there, for example, there's a short. I need to move that wire over slightly. How is that shorted to ground? Wait, what? That can't be shorted to ground. Yeah, so these wires are shorted, so I need to... Well, they're not shorted, they are... But they are very close to being shorted. No, it's not shorted to ground, it was just me. Alright, so pin 14 we ignore. Well, we ignore the fact that pin 14 is not there because it's a no connect pin. Alright, so I need to fix pin 1. So I just need to slightly move it over. Because it's not actually connected, it's just very, very close. There you go, so that's no longer connected. I'll just double check that. Yep, so no short to ground there. I'm just going to check each pin. Yep, we've got no shorts to ground on any pin. So let's go in diode mode. Yeah, the ends were very slightly touching, yeah. Alright, so diode mode, pin. Actually, I can do it from here. So I'll start with pin 18 just for the closest. 0.588, that's expected. 0.5 on pin 13. I'm doing these a bit backwards. 0.502 on pin 19. 0.497 on pin 16. 0.496 on pin 15, and then I need to check these differential pairs. 441, 441, 440, 440. Yep. Okay. They're within range. Yeah. Within range. Thank you, Nick. I see break is about over. Little bit, mate, yeah. Here's a question, Nick. Because you seem to have quite a few answers. I don't know if you heard the conversation just. So I bought my... So I'm assuming you know about the Amazon situation here that banned me for returning to crap all the while. I bought... Well, my girlfriend opened another account and she bought... We ordered a 4K TV for the kids. And Amazon blocked the account straight away, but they still sent the TV. When she opened the account, she opened it with a phone number instead of an email address, and there was, because of the value of the item, like we bought the TV for the kids to go with the PS5s, and because of the value of the item, they wanted to send a one-time passcode. They came 3 times in 2 days with the TV, but with no passcode. So we couldn't give them a passcode to be able to receive the TV, so they took it back. And they still haven't sent the passcode. What do you reckon Amazon will be able to do? Let's say, for example, if they attempted to re-deliver that again tomorrow, do you think that Amazon could do, considering I've paid for it, bear in mind I've paid for it, the money's been taken, do you think that Amazon could legally, well, have a legal leg to stand on if I literally just took that TV and just slammed the door in the face and said, fuck your one-time passcode? You seem to order a lot off Amazon, so I just thought I'd ask you. What do you reckon their legal standpoint would be? Would they have a leg to stand on? Like, bear in mind, I've paid for the TV. Like, it wouldn't be theft because, well, it's my TV, right? So if they turn up tomorrow, I am genuinely tempted to just take the TV and just slam the door and say, fuck you, I'm sick of waiting. Like, to me, it's a clear-cut case. They either refund my money or they give me the TV. Like, I'm not spending £300 on a TV for them to fuck me about for a week. Bear in mind, we're coming up close to Christmas and the TV was supposed to be for the kids. They won't give you the benefit of the doubt. But I've paid for it. It's my TV. You see my email about the scope? I didn't, mate, no. But that's the thing, it's my TV. I've paid for it. It's Amazon what are not fulfilling their end of the contract. I fulfilled my end. I've made payments and I've ensured it's cleared. I did warn him on the phone today and they ended up not coming. I did warn him. I told them straight what was going to happen. And I would have done it. Oh yeah, if they don't return my money, then it is theft. But technically, because I've paid for it, that TV, once I've paid for that TV, legally it's mine. Like, even while it's in the warehouse, once they've accepted that order, they're under a contractual obligation to deliver that TV to me, right? That TV is mine, legally. I don't think I could do anything. I honestly don't think I could do anything. Yeah, but here's the thing though, I've agreed to their terms and conditions, but they've not upheld the contract of sale. Their contract of sale is to deliver it in a timely fashion on the agreed date. And they are the ones that haven't upheld that end of the contract. They are in breach of contract. Technically, I could take them to court for breach of contract. By law, in the UK, I could take them to court for breach of contract. But here's the thing though, Keith, what could the police legally do? They couldn't arrest me for it. It's mine. It's my TV. I own the TV. Like, I've paid for the TV. It's my TV. I don't think they could do anything personally. No, the one-time password's not been issued. 3 days it's supposed to have been delivered. It was supposed to be delivered. Yeah, Friday. Friday it was supposed to have been delivered. We've found him, mate. 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times we've found him. Got the call records to prove it. Well, Sarah has, I haven't. Well, that's what I mean, it's their issue. Oh, that one's a bit below the belt, Kev. You need to be careful what you say there, mate. I've warned them what will happen if they try and deliver it again anyway. I've warned them I'm not going to keep fucking around with them. If they want to ban me, fine, but I ain't going to keep fucking around. Like, they either refund my money or they release a TV to me. The code is to prove it's yours, without it they get into mess with data protection. No, the code is to more so to protect against theft by neighbours and drivers, right? But if I'm taking it at the door, then, you know, I just want my TV. We've got 2 weeks till Christmas. I need it, and if I don't get it, then I've got to make alternative arrangements and buy another one from somewhere else, which is limiting the amount of time I've got. Right, that'll do. Yeah, it is limiting the amount of time I've got, so it's obvious what the solution is. They either release it or they refund it. So no, the money's not on hold. It's I know the difference between a pre-auth and an acceptance. A pre-auth will always show up on your pending balance, and the money doesn't even show up on pending balance. No, we can't log in because they blocked it. That's a good point, Dean. I could give them written notice. How late is the TV? 3 days. It was supposed to be here on Friday, so you got Friday, Saturday, and today. And Amazon do 7-day delivery, so it's 3 days. But it was supposed to be here on Friday. Yeah, that's what I mean, Pack. Money was accepted. The transaction is complete. It's come off my available balance. It's not showing up as a pending transaction. Right. What am I doing? Yeah, it's either way. PCBWay will match a price if they sell that specific TV. It's not an expensive brand TV. Right. That was my 0.6mm wire, and this is my 0.13mm, the one that I use regularly. But yeah, this is the thing is, look, I've paid for the TV and they have accepted the transaction. It's come off my pending balance. If I don't get a phone call from them by lunchtime tomorrow, I'm phoning my bank anyway. I'm going to phone my bank. I'm going to get the transaction reversed. But the problem with getting the transaction reversed is it can take weeks. That's the annoying thing about getting a transaction reversed, is a chargeback can take weeks. I'm within my rights to do a chargeback, they fail to deliver the service. So I'm within my rights, but yeah, it can take weeks. And Amazon will try and fight it. I guarantee Amazon will try and fight it. Yeah, but I just wanted to know what people thought about what's to stop me from just taking that TV and telling them to do one. I've warned them what will happen if they attempt to deliver it again. I've told them straight what will happen if they attempt to deliver it again. They can't blame their driver for that. I've pre-warned them. It's their fault if they send that out again and not refund me, then I've pre-warned them. I told them straight on the phone. Oh no, they haven't. No, I don't mean that, Nick. I mean they haven't delivered the TV. They get to the door with the TV and then they refuse it. They refuse to hand it over. They'll literally put it right next to me. The TV will be right next to me, and then they'll just refuse to hand it over because there's no one-time passcode. Oh, I wish they kept giving me TVs, mate. No, I mean they're refusing to give me the TV, saying that I can't have it because I haven't got the passcode. But they're the ones who haven't sent the passcode, not me. It's not the fact that I haven't got the passcode because I'm not the legal owner of it. It's the fact that they haven't sent it, which is the annoying thing. That's what's pissing me off, is the fact that they haven't sent it. No, we can't log in, mate. No, we can't log in. I know I'd win it if I did a chargeback, but it can take weeks because Amazon would fight it. They always do. They would always fight it. That's the problem. That's the annoying thing. Right, so I'm just cleaning this up. I'm going to get rid of the dust inside the console as well. See how many TVs I'll send till they give you the code. Apparently they can't give the code on the website, on the phone, apparently. Don't ask me why, because they can obviously see the code. They can obviously see the code. If they couldn't see the code, then they wouldn't know it's the correct code when they type it in. But they're not going to encrypt a 6-digit one-time passcode. It's too much data. Possession is 9/10 of the law. That is, that's a grey area, to be honest. Possession is only 9/10 of the law if you're legally entitled to be in possession of it. But if that was the case, I could just say, right, well, that's mine now because I'm holding it. Like it is a bit of a grey area. It's a little bit complicated, but yeah, I mean, if I'm in possession of it, I mean, I've paid for it. I am legally entitled to be in possession of it because it's mine. Do what they're doing in Afghanistan as a Taliban. Right. Yeah, those jokes need to stop, mate, because they're offensive to people. I can't allow them types of jokes. I am going to have to warn you on that. I can't accept them types of jokes. Some people find them funny, but other people will find them offensive. I'm just going to clean this out. Yeah, we've tried to tell them to cancel it, and then they're just like, oh yeah, we'll phone you back tomorrow, and they're just not phoning back. So tomorrow, if I don't get a phone call by 12 o'clock, then I'll be phoning my bank. I mean, I agree it's weekend, but Amazon is a 24-hour operation, and I know that because I used to work in their warehouse on night shifts. So I know it's a 24-hour operation. I also know that there's an Amazon warehouse very close to my house, like 10 miles away. It's not far. I'll pass one every time I go to London as well. In fact, I think my sister used to work there. That is a lot of thick dust in that fan. Right, well. Nah, you don't need 4K 2.1, mate. So you don't need HDMI 2.1 for PS5. HDMI 2.1 is only for 120Hz gaming, and the kids are never going to care about that. Not at their age. Definitely not at their age. Right. It be time for the moment of truth. There is no way to unban a console if it's been console banned, mate. It's permanent, whether it's second-hand or not, unfortunately. It's permanent. Sadly, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, mate. If you bought it second-hand, whether or not you bought it in good faith or not, Sony and Microsoft will never unban it once it's been banned. Because usually if it's been banned for a reason, like a very good reason. Like Microsoft and Sony don't take bans lightly, let's put it that way. You have to do some serious wrongdoing to get banned from Microsoft or Sony. In terms of your physical console being banned, because bear in mind that's your property, you've paid for it. You have to do some serious wrongdoing to be able to get physically banned. Right. Time for some thermal paste. You can't replace the chip that with the console ID. You'd have to replace several of them. I think you can get banned for mods, mate, yeah. I mean, technically, if you're hacking on, like, let's say, for example, if you're hacking on PC, and you've got your Xbox account linked to it, technically they can ban your Xbox account, like your PC and your console, from playing online games if it's linked to the same account. Right. Yeah, that's the only way, is to switch the board, but then technically you're not unbanning the console, you're just replacing the board. The only way is to just buy another board, unfortunately. You just need cleaning out, Conrado. You need to service it, fresh thermal paste, clean out the dust. Ah, damn it. Yeah, fresh thermal paste and clean out the dust. And make sure that these clamps are the right way around, because it looks like the last person who messed with these put it the wrong way. Everyone does that, I don't understand why. Yeah, only for parts, yeah, unfortunately. Wrong side, Samurai said. Yeah, you got it, mate. You got it. I'm not sure on how Nintendo work. I know Sony and Microsoft, they'll ban you for repeated abuse towards other players. I know that much. Anything else I'm not sure, apart from cheating. Cheating and abusing other players, they'll ban you. No worries, Basher. Welcome, mate. Right. Missing the black screw, and I don't have any to hand from there. Right. Almost ready to go. And now we are ready to go. Alright. So what I'm going to do is just spray inside the HDMI port with isopropyl alcohol, and also on my cable as well, just to make sure that we don't get any connection issues. That IPA there is not going to hurt the console, by the way. It's fine. It's fine. Power cable. See if it wants to display. Stop trying to track things. There you go. Right. Is it going to turn on? Oh. Boom. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. We have display. Boom. Mechatronics Fix, welcome. Boom. Display. Trace repair complete. Right, that's just going to reboot now. It's just checked the system storage. So I'm going to let it reboot. And you'll get test lines for a minute. Great job, Phil, you prick. Thanks, mate. Cheers. You're only jealous. Oh dear. Another one down. Yeah. Took a little bit longer than I would have liked it to, but yeah, you know, shit happens, I suppose. Thank you, King. Cheers, mate. There we go. Boom. Right. Bear with me a second. I need to disable the display a second, because if it does display usernames and shizzles, let me just sync up a controller and let me just log in as a guest. Controller sync works. And play as a guest. Do not sign in. Stop trying to track a fucking... Stop it. Damn thing. Right, now I can display it. There you go. Boom. There we go. Working fine. Right, so we have, by the look of it, no issues with display. It's lagging a little bit, but that's the capture card. It's a cheap £7 capture card. I can't have a look at email right now, mate, unfortunately. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, set up internet, use Wi-Fi. Recorder. Alright, don't worry about this password. This password's just on my Wi-Fi, that's it. Yeah, no, have a good night, Dean. Thank you, mate. Surgery's over, yeah. But working at Amazon is a fulfilling job. I'll get the joke, but believe me, it's not. Believe me, it's not. I heard about the Amazon Centre being destroyed. People were seriously injured in that. Yeah, I did hear about that. I do feel bad about that, but I don't feel bad for Amazon as a fucking company. Bunch of wankers. Right. Yeah, this is displaying absolutely fine, no issues. It's in 1080p. So you'll see there, yep, automatic. Yeah, it's all working. So I'll test the disk drive and stuff tomorrow. I need to get the disk from out of the workshop, out of the old workshop. But yeah, other than that, job done. Focus, you bastard. Come on. So yeah, I mean, I've got to put this back together, but basically, this was supposed to just be a white light of death, so it was supposed to just be a no display issue, nice and simple. Turned out someone had destroyed it, and I mean destroyed it. So yeah, full HDMI circuit rebuild, and this console will live once more. I'm happy. Time for some popcorn. Yeah, it's time for bed for me now. So yeah, I'm happy with that. It's working. Still need to give it a full test. I'll give it a full test on a normal TV and whatnot as well. But it appears to be absolutely fine. I said you owed tax after being tax exempt, never paid, account locked. Was that Amazon? Unlocked when they realised it was their mistake. Amazon are a bunch of fucking idiots, man. Waiting for repair? I'm not sure what you mean, mate. But bear in mind it is 2 AM and I'm technically not working right now. I'm doing repairs for content, I'm not technically working. But I will have a look at emails in the morning, mate. But it's 2 AM and yeah, I'm going to bed now. I haven't eaten yet either, so I'm going to go and have some food and then I'm going to go to bed. But yeah, right, I hope you all have a good night. I appreciate you all hanging out, of course. 2 successful fixes, I'm happy with that. You know, can't grumble. One of them was nice and easy, this one not so much. But yeah. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out, I really appreciate it. Hope to see you all in the next one. The cost to ship a console from the States, you're better off getting someone in the States to do it, mate. You're gonna be paying not only around about 40 to 50 US for the shipping, you're also gonna have to pay import duties as well. And then you're gonna have to pay import duties on the way back. It's unfortunately not gonna be viable for it wouldn't be viable to ship a console from the US to the UK for repair. You're better off getting someone reputable in the US to do it. Try those low firmware and nowhere in your state. Do board repair. Yeah, I don't really know anyone in the US. I mean, you're more than welcome to send it me, but you're going to be paying a fair amount in fees, just fees alone. It depends. Well, to come here, I mean, you can legally you can put down the value of a faulty console, so you could put something like $50. And you know they wouldn't really be allowed to say anything. Customs wouldn't, because technically it's a faulty console, so it's got a low value. But on the way back, I mean, I'm not sure. I could put low value, but what is the cost to ship a console one way? It's around about $40 to $50, I think. I'd say around about $40 to $50, mate, for UPS. Oh, that's why there's one missing. I've destroyed the screw thread. Huh. I know for me it costs me around about £30. It cost me around about £30. So to get a console from the UK to the US through UPS, about £30, something like that. Roughly. Nick, I don't know if you got my email the other day, by the way. And did you get my reply before I end the stream? Did you get my reply the other day about the question you asked? I'm not going to say what it is because you obviously not mentioned nothing yet. Yeah, I know there's not a lot of people doing it, mate, but all I can say is, you know, customs are going to charge you a fair bit. Okay, mate. Yeah, no problem, Nick. That's cool, mate. Yeah, all I can say is you're welcome to send it, but you're likely going to be getting, you know, a fairly high bill. The customs fees, because I would receive, like UPS would invoice me. If you use the UPS would invoice me. They would pay it and then invoice me. So all I can say is the fees would have to be paid. The fees would have to be paid whether the repair is a success or not. Plus the cost of shipping both ways would have to be paid whether it was successful or not. So I work no fix, no fee, but I don't include shipping in that. So basically, you know, unless you abandon the console and say, no, I don't want it fixed, or I don't want it sent back because it's not been fixable, then I obviously have to charge return shipping fees. So if it's not fixable, you just have to be prepared to have to pay money out to be able to get it sent back to you. But if you want, you're more than welcome to get in touch and I can explain how it all works. But yeah, I'm going to go and have some food, ladies and gents. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. This one is now done. Yeah, happy days. Right, I'll see you all in the next one. Yeah, you can look in the description for my contact details. 16 freedom bucks to ship the cam link. Yeah, that's what I mean. $16 just to ship a tiny little. I mean, the cam link is tiny. Yeah, I'll unplug this one. It's the same size. Because otherwise it's going to unplug my camera, my main camera. The cam link's exactly the same size as one of them, and it costs $16. So, yeah, you can imagine it's pretty expensive. Thank you, Kev. Cheers, mate. Yeah. Now have a good night, guys and girls, and anything in between. See you all in the next one. Yeah, you can just ship the motherboard, yeah. Have a good night, everyone.